I've been going like man whatever comes for it. Say I'm not trained that I'm proud tackle every and whatever the fuck that was love the brain. Whatever that whatever for it power falls. I just that's burns right. So that made that comment that's not just college project. Well kind of all of the workers less that um, so you're not quick and spread up that back down proud that pride that's 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 what standing is have compromise not um our as much as other not it doesn't tell you but he honest or not that so it's not why did Russia create a couple one are getting and certain simply is the fact that our theory look exactly how we're told are thermal before they're not everybody are yeah, that's competitive. Why do things not and so I think that here that have a train not one it's not the efficient thing. But it yes it's very fighting autocratic and that lost all having trouble and now that narrative that the narrative everything doesn't the guy of the not pornography, but on empty and the way that people was out of manufacturing now he's not. So what I'm like, oh, rational.
How you living, Pam? Hey, you're not born yet. What's the exact time? 10 what? 10:19. All right. Make a mental note of it. If we airmail it, shit happens when you party naked. What's good in your neck of the woods? Did you sleep well? It's excellent to hear. Absolutely. I I did that yesterday. I slept. I woke up at like 4:30 in the afternoon. Went right back to bed. Had an amazing dream. Then awoke. Par for the course. Word, dog. Word. Whenever I speak with somebody from the southern hemisphere, it always fucks with me because everything's reversed, and I'm like those are like December, January, February are like the hot months there. It's like, huh? That's I'm never gonna get that. That does not compute. Um, I sang a little. Right. They're interesting folks. I no, you're good. Um, I find that people from Australia are gen. I've said this before. I don't know if this is accurate, but it's just kind of accurate. Not 100%, but I refer to Canadians as basically British colonies from the northern hemisphere and Australian in the southern hemisphere, but they still have this major connection to Britain. And even if they don't recognize it, I mean, and they can probably say the same thing about Americans, but at least we had a revolution. And um, yeah, if you ever look at the size of the British Empire, it's the largest empire ever, and it's absolutely incredible the stranglehold on the world that it had at like around the year 1850. It's like there's a very fascinating map I've seen. It's one of my favorite maps. Um, just one moment. Map of every country not invaded by England. There are only 22 countries that have never been invaded by Britain. Isn't that fascinating? Just 22. Like, and if you 22, that's it. And if you look, I'll, uh, uh, I don't want to see it for the entire video. I just want the map. If you look at the map here, it's It's like the whole world. It's not, but it's really, really like exactly like Mongolia. They have it. Some random,
Yeah,
like but like
that
no, Tibet's
that
included. Tibet's in, I mean,
is
let's see. Let's look at it. And what do you consider an invasion? But um, at least China has England ever invaded Tibet? Maybe during the Opium Wars? Yes, they did. The British military expedition of Tibet in 1903 to 1904, often referred to as the Young Husband expedition. The British invasion was largely driven by geopolitical concerns, particularly the desire to assert influence in Central Asia and counter Russian expansion in the region during the period known as the Great Game, which is just incredible. That like colonialism, expansionism, just let's just give it a name, the Great Game. British authorities were concerned that Russia might try to extend its influence over Tibet, which would potentially threaten British control over India. The expedition was led by Colonel Francis Younghusband, and it involved an armed march from British India into Tibet. The British forces faced little resistance as they advanced towards Lhasa, the Tibetan capital. After some skirmishes and the occupation of strategic locations, a treaty was signed between the British and the Tibetan government. This treaty allowed the British to establish a political and commercial mission in Lhasa and open Tibet to British influence, but it did not formally annex Tibet. The British presence in Tibet ended after the 1904 mission, but the episode left a lasting impact on the relationship between Britain, Tibet, and China. Tibet at the time was a region under Chinese suzerainty, but the British presence further complicated the situation. The invasion was not an outright annexation, but it did mark a significant moment in the history of British involvement in the region. Later, during the 1950s, China formally asserted control over Tibet, leading to ongoing tensions and disputes over Tibet's political status. So yeah, they have definitely invaded. Um, let's see. Let me just go to ChatGPT to make it easy. Like even countries that I didn't even think they would have, like Mexico. I never really thought when did yo dog when did England invade Mexico? It's known as the Pastry War, also known as the War of the French Pastry. In 1838, it wasn't a full-blown military invasion, but rather a conflict between Mexico and France, with British indirectly involved. Here's a story: a French pastry chef in Mexico had his shop looted during a riot, and the French government demanded compensation from Mexico. When Mexico refused, France blockaded Mexican ports and eventually declared war. Britain, though not directly involved, sided with France because of trade interests, but they did not push for a peaceful resolution. In the end, the war lasted about a year and ended with Mexico agreeing to pay the claims, mostly to avoid further destruction. So while the French were the main players, Britain's involvement made the conflict a bit more international. Yordog, can you please list the 22 countries that England has not invaded? All right. Like, and they even include like some random ass places like Vatican City. Okay, fine. Andorra. Oh, so these are the yeah, I know. They haven't invaded Andorra, Antigua and Barbuda, Armenia, Bhutan, Bolivia, Brazil, which kind of surprises me because Brazil's so large. But I guess because well, actually though, very interestingly, it,
Pandora surprises
right. Um, what's very interesting is that the oldest peace treaty or alliance in the world is between Portugal and Britain, and that's why because of the Portuguese influence over Britain, it probably has not. They basically like, hey, that's Portugal stuff. Um, Costa Rica, they have not invaded Denmark, Ethiopia, Finland, Iceland, which is another interesting one. Japan, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco. I mean, they're counting really small countries. North Korea, San Marino, Saudi Arabia, Seychelles, Switzerland, and Vatican City. There are 22. Everything else they have invaded at some point, and that is just
whether or not whether or not as a God, I much act like part of first do have rest on themselves, you know, go out and all that. Very
I I think there's something very special about Ethiopia, particularly in their devoutness to whatever religion. I know that people from there are in Israel known as B'nai Israel, and essentially they have kept the traditions consistent since the time of the Second Temple, and
yeah,
it it fascinated and surprised scholars how accurate they kept Torah, and essentially their scrolls were as accurate as they had them in Israel, and it was there was some racism and the thought that hey, we don't want black people here, basically. But when it was discovered, I'm not saying that was across the board, but there was just it was like the 1940s.
of course.
So there were just there was just segregation everywhere. But when it was discovered how accurate the Torah scrolls were and how accurate they were in their their devoutness, particularly I know that the Torah scrolls were like word for word exactly the same. Uh, Many of the accoutrements, many of like their talito, their the ceremonial um, cloths that are worn, um, were all in line with how Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews or Mizrahi Jews lived, and thus um, then there was um, a major push around the 1970s um, for essentially to make Aliyah for those people for them to come back to Israel, and then there's just been um, assimilation within Jewish society, so people of all colors are able to daven or pray together without any type of segregation, which is not the same in many other with many other peoples and also many other religions. When it what was always interesting to me, and well, and one of the reasons why this is has been this way is because Ethiopia was never well going back for 2,000 years was never fully under any colonial um, power. So the closest were the Italians, but even they didn't have a full grasp on the entire country. And basically, um, that the fact that they were able to avoid invasion has allowed them to keep many of their religious tradition consistent. And so I think there's really an argument to be made that Ethiopian Jews may have kept more consistent practices than perhaps some aspects of Ashkenazi, some aspects of Mizrahi, some aspects of Yemenite, some aspects of Moroccan, some aspects of Sephardic Jews. Basically, because they were in exile, but then they didn't move anywhere. If you look at Ashkenazim, we moved from Israel to Italy and then up through Germany and then into Poland and Russia. If you look at Sephardim, they moved through Spain and Portugal and northern Africa a little bit until the the major invasions of the Moorish people, the Mohammedans, the Muslim people. If you look at Mizrahi, they essentially were Eastern Jews and were throughout Iraq and Iran, basically at points under other authorities, specifically Islamic leaders. If you look at Moroccan Jews, they were also under the grasp um, of Islamic rulers. But Ethiopian Jews didn't really have that. They were in exile, just like everybody else, but there wasn't another religion or another civilization that ruled over them. So they were able to keep their traditions more accurate, I would say, to Second Temple times. Though there's no way for us to know that exactly, I would say that that is in line with most scholars. That because of the because of the avoidance of invasion, the accuracy of their ceremonies is really similar to what was being performed in the Second Temple period. Now, when it comes to the Ark of the Covenant in that, I don't know. I don't know, but
Yeah.
at least I know that their religious ceremonies were very similar to what was being practiced in the Ashkenazic and Sephardic world, and including like circumcision, including scroll, all of those things. It was almost as if there's a story I've heard of like the archaeologists or the explorers who were in that land were just absolutely shocked that it was essentially perfect Hebrew being spoken and read, and the Torah scrolls. I mean, they were like so accurate that not a single letter was incorrect. Now, could there have been? Yeah, but I mean, it was like down to the letter. It was so accurate, and at that point, it was like, well, we have to let these guys in. They're as accurate as anybody else. Now, from what I read here, the British did invade Ethiopia, but it was during World War II when the Italians were there. So they kind of drove the Italians out. But then Ethiopia was reestablished as an independent country. Ethiopia is very fascinating, though. It's almost like they were protected. For all of the people in what the colonial powers did to the African continent, it was almost, I'm not going to say it was divine because I don't like to use those terms. I don't know whether that's just a word that is used in English probably too often, but this special part of Africa was basically never colonized, and also the major part is it the people there were not enslaved, so they were able to keep their culture. and basically everywhere else in Africa was brutally enslaved, but not Ethiopia.
Right. I want to get one more story really quick.
You do you, Victor.
All right, brother. I'll be back in
You do what you need to do.
half.
Absolutely. Not yet, my man. We've got 10:19. Hey, look who it is. Aframasha. How are you, girl? Happy New Year to you. I want you to know I thought about you a lot, and I was going to give you a couple more days, and then I was going to send you a message saying, hello, did you forget about us? I even
I didn't forget.
I even checked in on um your Kick channel just to make sure you were still streaming.
Yeah.
And you are. You're streaming very consistently a lot. Like not pretty close to every day. You take a couple days off here and there, but you do it for very long periods of time, which is very interesting. And I think that's really great.
Thank you so much for checking that. I'm doing. I was checking, but when I was coming on it because you were sleeping,
Absolutely.
and I want to meet you in New Year to wish you the best. And
Thank you.
and
Yes.
that's
Yes, I've been sleeping a lot, probably the same amount as usual, but my hours are reversed. I have friends in Australia and we play games like
yes.
all night, and so it's night here and it's day there, and then I'm up all night and then I'm very tired and then I fall asleep. So yeah, I'm trying to get my hours perhaps back to normal, but I really like to play with these guys, so and we have a good time together and we're up very late. But yeah, I appreciate you checking in on me, and I want to know, how has your experience on Kick been?
Well, experience. I got a lot of viewers, followers, and much going up really very fast. It's going up. I am streaming not alone, and I have so much followers and viewers. I think that I need the 10 followers to get the cooperation with Kick.
Okay, so it looks like you have 75 followers now, which is what I think you needed.
17, how? 17,
75. No, 75.
75.
75.
So I need five.
Th-
Five more.
Don't you need 75?
I
Oh, okay, I'll get you 80 in 20 minutes. I'll get you that. I have lots of accounts, so I'll just follow you. Don't worry. Just one moment. I might get you one right now. Hold on. I have a robot that creates accounts all the time. So I'll keep an eye on it and I'll get you 76, 77, 78, 79, and then 80. Um, okay. Let me, I, absolutely. Don't worry. You'll have it within an hour, I'll say. Maybe less. Um, okay. One thing about Kick, and if you don't understand what I'm saying, I think you do. I know you do for most of it, but some of this might be technical.
No.
I'll try to make it not technical though. Basically, many people on Kick, especially at the very top, the people who are have like 1,000 viewers and 800 viewers, those are all paid for. Those are all bought. They're all robots. They're not real. So you should know that, like,
Yeah, I thought.
for the numbers that they're seeing. So let's say you buy a bot and it gives you 1,000 followers or 1,000 viewers, but you're not getting paid for 1,000 viewers. They are mad about that. And the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven. He has spoken about this recently. And he basically said that he doesn't want to give away how they determine if somebody's a real user or a bot, because then the bots will get smarter and smarter. But basically, that botting is rampant on the website, and I know it for a fact that it is. So I don't want you ever to get down or get sad, because it's like, wow, I don't have. I want 80 people watching me at once. If somebody says they have 80 people watching them, they have 75 bots and 5 real people. If somebody has 105 people watching them, they have 100 bots and 5 real people. There aren't that many people on the website. Do you know there's a rapper. His name is Drake. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from Canada.
Uh-huh.
You know who he is?
I think I know.
Yes.
I know.
So he basically got mad recently and said, like, F this site. Basically, they're not paying people the way that they're supposed to be paying people, and I don't need this. And Kick took down that stream, and I don't know exactly if they're on good terms or not, but basically, more and more popular people are saying this is not legitimate. Now, it can be. I mean, it can get you a lot of people to you, but I don't want you to feel bad that, hey, I'm streaming and I've got 0 people or 1 person or 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or 5 people watching me. That's a lot.
I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. That's you
Yes,
should
that's a lot.
ex-
I'm happy.
exactly. That's as many people as at the who are at the very top. So just know that, like, that's what everybody's at. I know when I streamed on Kick, I would get 0, 1, 2, not a lot of people. However, what will happen is they will put you on the front page. And when they put you on the front page, then you get a lot of people coming in, 30, 40, 50, 60 real people. So that's always a cool thing. Um, but yeah, I did. I've checked on you a couple times just to, just because I wanted to make sure you were still streaming, and I think that's cool. Um, People are making clips of you. You know what clips are, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of
Yeah.
that?
I think the information are not important.
Yes.
It's taking a dopamine or serotonin to watch it. On streaming, I am trying to get learning information, knowledge, or something, and to create this with people. And I know I'm not searching for popularity in the
Good.
internet. I am searching a friend.
Yes.
I am searching a family.
Absolutely. So here's something interesting on your stream. If I look at it, the last 3 streams you have, okay, the last one that you did, which was 3 days ago, 229 views. That's good. That's that's far more than I think we really think is going on. 229 is a lot of people to watch your stuff from just 3 days ago. Okay, then from 5 days ago, 296 people are viewing you. That's after you're done. That's really, like, if that's real, that would be really good. Then 6 days ago, 2,180 people. How did you go from 200, 200, 2,000? What did you do? I mean, come on. I mean, I know you know it's not real. I know you didn't do anything wrong. But what I want you to know is that's the website pumping up your numbers.
Somebody watching my streams and clips. I had a 2,000 watching on a clip, one clip, and that's I think that's a bot. That's a bot.
Wow. I can see that. Well, I'll tell you, I have a clip bot. I have a bot that just clips people, and while it doesn't give free views, it clips a lot. And the reason why I clip is I make a clip and then I name the clip my Discord so that people come in here. It's free advertising for me. But I can tell you, if I know how to do it, there are much more advanced, many more advanced people out there who are able to figure this out as well. And it seems to be what's happening to you, where either someone outside of Kick or someone within Kick is elevating your numbers. Because if you had 2,000 people watch your stream, you would have seen 200, 300, 400, 500 people in your stream at once, and you never did. And it's not like you did something so amazing that gave you 2,000 people after the fact. It's just, it doesn't, the numbers don't compute. And, and people are starting to see that. And they're starting, I would say, to get frustrated by it. Just one moment.
Rabbi, I must comes to me celebrate that. Can we talk tomorrow, please, about
Absolutely.
it?
Absolutely. In the meantime, I'm going to get you to 80. Okay, I'm going to get you one right now. So just one moment and you're going to get one. And how about this? I will send you a message. I will send you a message on Discord when I get you to 80. Is that okay?
For you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and can do big things
Absolutely. How did you find me?
together. I
Excellent. Excellent. So okay, so you have 76 now. And that's amazing. So my bot worked. It got you in here. So it was worth it all along. Okay, so I will continue and you enjoy your friend and come back tomorrow whenever you can, okay?
thank you so much. Kisses
Take care, Aframashia.
and love you.
Much love. Much love.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
You're welcome. Happy New Year to you. How you doing, Dr. Don? What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. Have you been tearing it up in the Music Biz Marty server? Okay. Well, I've been live streaming in there. I don't know if you ever see me in there, but I have been in there live. I did this like this summer for I don't know, like a month, and I've been in there now for like at least 2 or 3 weeks straight. And me, and they've been very nice to me. I really mean that. The people in the Music Biz Marty server have just been nothing but nice to me. So I'm very appreciative of that. Is that how you found me, Doctor Don? That's what I think too. Well, we are watching Lex Friedman, so feel free to watch and enjoy. And if you need anything, I'm here for you. Thank you, man. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Take care, my friend. Peace. That is seemingly not fair. Period. The person who reviews appeals should not be the same person who banned me. Period. Keep scrolling to review my sections on orthodoxy. You should have no role in it. Period. Whether you want to accept my rabbinical organization, that is up to you. Period. I do not have to justify myself to anyone in my community. The fact that I am not allowed in, comma, is just showing that you are gatekeeping. Period. Who really knows when Shabbat is? Question mark. Perhaps in the age of Mashiach, it will be. This is the absolute wildest amount of gatekeeping possible. I'm getting tag team. Everything that you have done is being recorded, period. All I wanted to do was make new friends, and apparently I'm not allowed to do that because of its gatekeeping guardian. I am recording it as well, period. There he is. How you living, Pimp? From Ashia was in here. She's been streaming. Oh, really? Yeah, she said she's been in here, but I've been asleep, which I completely understand. She has. She's. She knows what's up with Kick. I was explaining to her like, hey, don't let Kick get you down if it's showing that you have um like not really great numbers, because you need to know that they use like inflated numbers there, that there are bots that are essentially helping other people. She's like, that's what I figured. I'm just there to make friends. And it's really interesting that she's like we were going through her numbers, and like 5 days ago she had 200 people watch her stream. 6 days ago, 200 people watch her stream. 7 days ago, 2,000 people watch her stream. And it's she's just like, yeah, but those are fake numbers. It's basically what Kick is just doing so that people think, oh, well, I'm getting a lot of traction on this, and they're not really at all. I mean, there are platforms that I use. One of them is UChat, and another one is um, what is another one? Um, like Trovo. They just whenever you start, you automatically start with 50 people watching. And another one, Bigo, Bigo, is another one. Some people call it Bigo. Um, you just automatically start with like 50 people watching, but absolutely nobody says it. Well, actually, do you know what Bigo is? Okay, so Bigo is like it's a really nice platform that has it's like TikTok, but it's a lot easier to get into group chats, group calls on video. They basically can allow you to have 16 people at a time, and you can click on there and basically um, have your choice of um, where you who do you want to talk with and everything. But what I really find interesting is it uses bots and it doesn't tell you that it's using bots. So you'll be streaming, no one will be in there. It'll be just you and 16 empty spots, and all these people will be chatting to you like, "Oh, great stream," or "That was really interesting," or like, "Check out my profile." And it's like these are all they're like literally like they're using bots against or against a streamer. I just find that really interesting. That to me, that's a very that isn't necessarily there's a lack of legitimacy in that. I think that type of behavior perhaps should be I don't want to say perhaps made illegal, but I think exactly. And to hear Eddie Craven say we don't pay based on bots, yet you show people as having inflated numbers because of robots is somewhat disingenuous to me. That if you're showing someone's got 1,000 viewers right now, then you need to pay on 1,000 viewers. You can't say, well, we can see on the back end of what's really going on. Well, then show everybody else on the back end what's going on. And he says the reason that they don't do that is because they don't want people to know the strategies that they use to detect bots. But in my opinion, that strategy is uh, skewed because you should show what the real numbers are. And if people want to have real people watch their stream, which is basically what you say you have the ability to be able to see, then let them. If somebody wants to, look, I did this on YouTube for a month. I paid 5 Indian people to watch my stream at all times, and it's possible. If you pay people the money, they'll do it. And to me, that's at least a legitimate viewer, as opposed, and they would interact and we would talk and stuff. There's a legitimacy to that, as opposed to just, well, I know a guy who has a, server and they can inflate numbers in any way possible. Anyway, those are my thoughts on everything.
Yeah, I agree.
You're good. Yo, what's going on, big dog? How are you, pimp? And I hope that you're very good of the many blessings and rise ahead of promise. I am spending it with my Discord. Nothing too special, but in my own way, it is special. I love the people that I am. How about you? What's your agenda? No way. Where are you bowling? Is it like night bowling or is it like regular? Oh, no way. That's amazing. Yeah, but you can't. You're not going to be bowling all the way to midnight, are you? Amazing. That's great. All right. What's your favorite bowling movie? Excellent. You know what's an interesting fact about the Big Lebowski? They never show the Big Lebowski bowling. They never show the dude bowling, isn't it? All right. What's your second favorite bowling movie? Yes, those are the only two. Amazing. And I'm sure there are others, but those are the big ones. The James. Amazing. What do you average when you bowl? Yeah, so do I. What do you average? Okay, have you broken 100? All right, all right. Well, I think that would be a heck of a showdown then. I've got to say that it's been a while, but you know, still one of my favorite hobbies. And yeah. Well, are you going again? Are you going to play bowl against friends or family or what? Excellent. Are you gonna Are you gonna let her win? Excellent. Take no prisoners, man. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent. Does she use a pink ball? How heavy? What kind of ball do you use? Okay. Really launching it down there. Oh, I love it. I love it. Perfect. That works very well. Excellent. Beautiful. Um, I think I'm like a. just because I've got these huge muscles and everything. So, um, the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Fantasy Football League officially finished, and I will give you the results right now. Very important information, not just for the sake of sports, but for the sake of the coin. So here we are. The winner was Rev Cloud. Uh, that is, do you know who that is? Excellent. Why'd you say damn? Yeah, he did. He had a really good. He had a really good year this year. He beat Bitcoin Forever, and that was the championship. Everybody's favorite rabbi, on the other hand, came in dead last, which is what we wanted. The reason why I wasn't in dead last, I was in a solid 10th. But then I just decided, you know what, I'm going to pick up some really good players like Tom Brady, who hasn't played in years, and some other guys, and I just started them so that I could lock up the toilet bowl for myself. I I I go by the Talladega Nights mentality. If you're not first, you're last. So why not come DFL? And it was so much fun. You should, if you can, do it next year because it was absolutely a fucking blast. It made like every single game really really exciting. I loved it. And shout out to Yo Yo for getting it organized and everything. And got to say that there were no one was too mean to anybody else in it, and we're all pretty good. I gotta say, I kind of feel bad for Red Cloud though, because the coin when we started was worth more than when it ended. So it wasn't a huge difference, but it wasn't exactly what he wanted. And I can imagine once Bitcoin recovers and gets back over 100,000, we'll see our Bitcoin do the same, and just positive things in 2025, right? Excellent. Absolutely, I think so. James Smith, I sincerely appreciate you coming in, saying hello, wishing me good greetings, and I wish the same to you. And best wishes with bowling, man. Thank you. I love you. Take care, James. That's the one, the only James Kaminsky, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to James. He's an amazing individual. Take care, my friend. Yeah. Yeah. He's a really nice guy. He's going he's going bowling with his girlfriend. I got to meet his girlfriend like 3 months ago or something, and I think he might. He really likes her. I think he might marry her. So that's cool. Yeah, exactly. I'm happy for him. As I was saying, the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new fantasy football league is over. I don't know if you know any of the people who were in it, but um, they were they. It was so much fun. It was. I wish that we would do one for baseball. Basketball is kind of over already, but baseball we could do. But baseball is a lot of work. There are 162 games, and that means you have to really be on the ball with it. With football, they're only like 18 weeks, 16 games or so. So it's much easier to manage. You just have to do it like once a week. But baseball is wild. I played baseball one time with I was working at a bank, and one of the other people with whom I was with, uh, he invited me to play, and it was it was interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, I know a lot about baseball, but I didn't know that much about all the players at that time. Like I knew more older baseball information, and it was like every day I'd come into work, he would give me a rundown of how my team did. It was like, dude, okay, I get it, I get it. You're got a really good team, and you're really excited for it. Calm down, dude. Um, but yeah, baseball's it can be fun. I'm actually in. I was in a basketball one. I was actually in 25 basketball teams. I had 25 fantasy basketball teams, and 25 fantasy hockey. And after like 3 games into either of them, I just didn't have enough time. Or I don't want to say I didn't have enough time, but it was just too much to be able to manage all that stuff. But man, fantasy football was a ton of fun this year. Fantasy football alone turns me from someone who would go like years without watching football at all to I will watch like every single game. I watch Thursday games, I watch Sunday games, I watch the Monday game. I just that one thing of just having the uh, constant excitement of going head to head against people is just totally changes the sport for me. Okay. Dude, sports is big in Las Vegas, period. Right. Yeah. Right. Right. Dude, I'm with you. I'm with you. It the the cell phone or the smartphone has changed everything for me and my attention span. And when before I could go to a movie and just watch the movie, now it's like I wonder what's going on the internet. I wonder if there's any big news that's going on. It's that FOMO, fear of missing out, and that becomes very big. And the same with sporting events when because they're so long and there are so many breaks that I want to get on. I want to see what's going on in other games. I want to see. I mean, just whatever it is. I hate it. I hate it that I'm so addicted to it. But I think that the the um the world has changed probably more in the last 10 or 15 years just because of the ability to have a cell phone wherever you are and be able to get that constant amount of information that um I, it's just it's a sad thing. And if it's ever taken away, meaning like if society didn't have it anymore, it would be like this huge like awakening, like oh we're supposed to interact with each other and we're supposed to um you know right. I know um that's what gets me when I before I started doing this. I wouldn't use my phone from Friday at sundown till Saturday at sundown. And fortunately I was in a community, still am, that we would play. I don't do this with them now, but because I stream my life, but we would play board games and things on Saturday. So it was at least something to get your mind off it, and you wouldn't be tempted. But I'm telling you what, as soon as it was sundown in a little bit, everybody just there's something on Saturday night. It's called Havdalah. It's like basically the end of Shabbat, where once that's done, everybody's on their phones, checking their email, getting back to everything, making replies and everything, and it really made me appreciate when I would do it 6 days a week, having that seventh day off. But now I find that if I'm able to use it and I'm at a sporting event or I'm at the movies or something, it's just I'm pretty locked in, and it's I mean the internet is just filled with really interesting stuff, and um, just these guys in this Harry or in this Bitcoin, not Bitcoin, Wall Street Bet server. They no longer make fun of me constantly, which is like a huge win for me. When I wish them a good day every day, I'll get some like positivity back. I made a um I made a GIF. I'm gonna I'm gonna send it to you. I know I said that I made it the other day, which I did, but it was too big to send you. I made it smaller, and you may it doesn't do exactly what I want. Like usually, like when you send a GIF, it's like movement immediately, but mine for some reason, and I don't understand why, it needs some time to load. I think it's because it's pretty big, but even when I optimize it, it takes some time. So you should have it in your inbox and just click on it, and so it will. It's basically all my shit. So that if you were like, okay, what is this? It just you know what I mean? It's like one thing that it's just like an overwhelming amount of stuff. So I think I might change the first page to just say like dear Discord member or something like that because I am in other Discords and I'd like to share it. And it's such a like kitschy thing that it's like, what is all this stuff? Like no one makes a GIF with like words in it that just scroll and everything. That it just gets a little bit of attention. So um but anyway, when I post that, sometimes people, they're positive towards that. I I really think though. Okay, so the saying that I always um try to remember, like they're getting really nice to me. They're um just one moment. They're asking me for like daily Bible verses, which we've come a long way. If they were just making fun of me for all kinds of shit, and now they're asking me for a verse of the day, so I think that's pretty cool. I'll take that. There's a saying that I like. It's from Gandhi. Just a moment. I want to make sure I get it correct. Yo, dog, what's that Gandhi verse? First they ignore you, then they hate you, then they fight you, then you win. Yeah, that's it. And that's basically where we're at. So first they hated me, first they ignored me, then they hated me, then they fought with me, and now I'm winning. I'm not saying I've won because there are still some people who just come in and um, they can they can still shit on me, but more and more they are being more positive. And the thing is, like, my thought is this: I could do the same thing with music. Like Music Biz Marty, he's got to be using bots. And I understand, I get it. Everybody uses bots, but his Discord is smaller than my Discord. And for him to get 2,000 or 3,000 or even 1,000 people simultaneously is just not very realistic. Like, in order to get those kind of numbers, you need like a large. I mean, Do you think he's using bots? Yeah. Right. Bots. Yeah, no, I get that. Unless he's got slow mode on, but I get what you're saying. If you turn on slow mode, there are. Exactly. Um, well, I um I can tell you he has a lot more real people than these these kick people. And the reason why I say that is the I had just twice have I ever that of which I know of had a ton of people watching me, and one of the times was from him, and the other and I made friends from there. The only reason why I was unable to continue with those friends is I lost the account on which I would communicate with them. Though I have like I would text with them, like when you're texting with people, that's pretty like you and I are super close, but we don't text. I don't have a number, but well, I used to, but I You don't have a phone number right now? No, I was on a it was like a free plan, and it ran out. The government stopped doing it in May, and so whenever I need when I need a a and I just didn't need a $50 bill every single month. Yeah. That I wasn't really calling anybody. I mean, I didn't really have anybody to call. So whenever I need to call, I'm able to just get like a temporary line. Um, but it's just like $600 a year that I didn't need, and um, yeah, I mean, and I've had it like I had a when I first started streaming, I really wanted to just be like the best IRL streamer that there was. So I bought four different lines and four different phones, like put them all over and have four lines streaming me at once. And then those bills would come in at like $280 a month. And it just was like, okay, well I can do this while I've got a job. But then when I started doing this full time, it was like, okay, I kept one line going, and actually I had two lines. I kept two lines going, then that went to one line, and then it was like I would look at my phone, and the people who would call me would be people from who I met on Discord, or who I met on um or who I met on um like Telegram. They were like the same people. I shouldn't say that. I have friends who would text me or something like that, but it wasn't like major connections, and I would also email with those friends. So I recognize that look, as long as I'm doing this, I don't want to have any bills. I've got rent, which is like the biggest bill that I have, and I needed to cut everything out. So I recognize that cutting out a cell phone and cutting out like Netflix and Hulu and all that stuff saved me a couple $100 a month, which has been allowed me to do this much longer than I really thought I'd ever have to do it. I never thought when I started this that it would be 3 years. I thought it would be 1 year maximum. I figured, oh, if they find out, people find out I've done this for a year, that'll be. But my internet, especially then, wasn't that strong. And then, my even when like I had a family plan with Verizon that had uh, unlimited data. And I figured, oh, this is it. I'll be able to put these phones all around my room and not even need my Wi Fi at home, not knowing that you can do that for about 2 days and then you get throttled. And once you're throttled, especially on the upload, you're done. And yes. Yeah. So I thought about it, at least just turning my phone back on. But again, it's $60 a month. I'm sure I could get cheaper plans, but at least that's what I was paying, 50, $60 a month. And exactly. Right. Exactly. But but that unlimited data, apologies, but that unlimited data plan, I feel, is false advertising. It's not unlimited. Exactly, and the throttling's quite low. Well, like it depends on how you use it. The amount of data that I use in a month is like terabytes, and no phone line is going to expect that to be normal usage. That's what they call it, unlimited under normal usage. And their normal usage is usually like either like 5 gigabytes or 100 gigabytes. But when I'm using terabytes worth of data, it's like there. I don't know of a phone service that allows that. So um, I should say I do have a phone number and I do have a line to it, but it's just like a temporary one. It's it's not ideal, meaning it doesn't have data to it, just like you're talking about. Like it's an emergency line if anybody really needs to get a hold of me. But it's kind of freed me as well because I don't have to go and like worry like, hey, somebody. I don't have to like. It's like one less thing I have to check. Like when I was in my career, first thing I would have to check every day is my email and make sure like I basically had a boss and I didn't like I mean no one wants to have a boss. Now I'm kind of much more free and I like that. Um and yeah. Oh, beautiful. Um Excellent. I mean I've got enough phones. I I appreciate that. I you know what? Hold on a second. When you sent me your contact information at one other time, and I believe I put it in at that time. Um, yeah, it's just up there. It's like that one. So yeah, I do. Thank you. What happened? What happened? Well, so I had like a normal line that you could use to pay, or like I would pay with, but when I started doing this 24/7, I was eligible for like a free phone. Like I forget what it's called. It's called like a Lifeline or something. And so I used that. But then the government stopped the Lifeline program in like June of this year. And when they did that, it was like, okay, let's see how long I can go without a phone. I'm sure it won't be that long. But then it was like a relief that I didn't have somebody to have to like keep up with. And if anybody needs me, they know to email me. And I have friends who email me and they're like, "Hey, I see you're still streaming. When you coming back?" And you're like, "Well, once I go viral, and it'll be a very big deal, or you might just see me show up randomly at shul or randomly at some Shabbat or something." But um, then I started doing jobs like this summer where I could make a little bit of money and then just to be able to pay my rent. But I recognize that if I just continue to pick up jobs whenever I need money, and I keep my bills really to an absolute minimum. I could do this. I don't want to say indefinitely. Everything will come to an end, perhaps, but I've got at least another. Like internally, I want to do it for the rest of my life. So that part of me doesn't seem like it's going to come to an end. Um, I always worry that the people who own the house one day are going to say you've used too much internet and we're going to take that part out. And if they do that, then I have to work on getting a different internet um, service provider. But in the meantime, the worst that they've ever done, the internet used to go down all the time, and so The person who owns the house is actually in Iran. I've met them. I used to live with them. They used to live in the house, but they. Oh, they were able to go back to Iran? Yeah. Yeah, so I would say the same thing. Yeah, yeah, so the he he owns or he helps to start like an IT company, and his dad is the person who like does most of the management of the house, but he's getting older. The guy, his real name is I write checks to this guy. It's like Corso something. It's like a very long name. Even every year, I write him 12 checks for each month, and I do it all at one time. And I have to have them write down the name for me because I can never remember, never get it right. But he goes by Jay. Anyway, he was living here. So we lived together for like 1 or 2 years, and then he moved out, and other people moved into his room, and that was no big deal. And I always just worked through his dad, but his dad doesn't know English very well, and so whenever I'm like, the internet went down, he'd be like, huh? And I'd be like, dude, can you please, like, let me. I used to have to go in his room and unplug the router, and it was just a huge pain in the ass. So I finally was like to Jay, I'm like, Jay, is there any way you can work on the guy who owns the house? His name's Jay. Is it or he goes by Jay? Is there any way you can improve the connectivity? And he's so he did an audit and he looked, and I mean, just the amount of data that I was using caused me to be the bad guy. So he's like, "What are you uploading so much?" And it's kind of hard for me to be like, "Hey, I'm streaming my life on your dime," basically. But I explained to him that I'm a YouTuber, and he's like, "All right, well, just don't stream anybody else in the house, I guess, but you need to watch it with as much as you stream." And since I'm on just a month to month lease, at any time they could just be like, "Yeah, we're just gonna remove internet from it." When I first moved in, this was in like 2018. Um, I remember as I was sitting to sign the paperwork, I said to them, I remember the listing said Wi-Fi included. It's the only reason why I started, well, two reasons. Was its proximity to my synagogues, but also because it had internet. And I said, "So you have internet, right?" They're like, "Oh, yeah, it's unlimited, so you don't need to worry about it." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Little did they know that I would be the person who probably uses the most amount of internet, aside from a business, than any individual ever. And yeah, so my biggest worry is that they would take that out, and if they did, then it might mean because then it's going to be like at least like for good internet, it's going to be like $200 a month perhaps if I want like unlimited uploading and all that other shit. And so I just consider going back to work, and not that I'm against it, but because I do enjoy being a project manager, and I have never had a problem getting a job in the past. But I feel like then I can't focus on this. Then when people come in the Discord, they have to be muted the whole time for 8 hours and all this other shit, and it's not ideal. So I recognize that if I keep my food costs down, I keep my bills to nothing, and just have to pay rent. I sold my car. I mean, I've given everything for this, but because like why I sold my car, I wasn't going anywhere. Like, it's expensive to go out um and even just to have insurance on it. So, um, that was like last year I did that. So I had some money from that, and while not ideal, I just say to myself, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. With each day, I get more and more influence. With each day, more and more people find out about me, and it's just a matter of time until the right group of people sees what I'm doing and endorses it, and I go viral. Now, I actually brought this up because of the Music Biz Marty Discord. He is someone who can somewhat make that happen, though I'm not using his Discord for that. His Discord is just really for nice people. He had Dr. Don come in today. Some really nice people from there. This Wall Street Bets one, I'm telling you, these are the people who are going to do it, and it's just a matter of time. I I think that I'm starting to grow on them, at least on some of them, and that's what happened in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penine. They used to kick me out, and then all of a sudden, years go by, and you're just a a regular, or you're like a pillar of the community. And I just think that the same thing's going to happen in here. I really think that it could have happened in the Aiden Ross Discord, but Aiden Ross stopped allowing just anyone to be able to be in his VC. So I'm basically just been grandfathered in. In the other ones, like Socialize or whatever ones I'm in, because they're so large, no one really pays attention to me because they're like hundreds of thousands of people. I have found a sweet spot with like people who know who I am. There aren't a lot of people streaming at the same time, so they are able to recognize who I am. I'm just kind of like a consistent individual, and I think if one of these days somebody's gonna see that GIF that I keep posting. I mean, I don't spam it, but every once in like twice a day I do it, and they're gonna say, you know what? It's so crazy. This just might work. What do you want us to do? And they would just be like, hey, make a post on Reddit, and we'll get the community to upvote it and see if it gets any momentum. And if it does, game over. That's sweet. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, and that's really sweet of the community and sweet. Not what I do. Not what I do. I, I do. It's important. It's important to maintain consistency. I think when people see that you're consistent, they see that you are rational. It's not like this is erratic behavior, and it's just Absolutely. I I invite people to do as much research on me as they can because then that just means that I'm growing in my influence. I'm basically living in in their heads rent free. I mean, I'm not a perfect person, and I think everybody has some skeletons in their closet, but generally, I've done my best for every person that I've met to treat them as with as much respect as possible. I don't have any like I've never cheated on a girl. I don't have like a mean ex-girlfriend who's out to get me or a baby mama or I've never cheated anybody. Um I've never been fired. I have only generally like been been as good a person as I can be. Am I perfect? No. But even when I'm imperfect, I feel that my actions can be justified. Like, have I ever told a lie? Yeah. To protect my own life, I've had to lie. I think everybody on earth has. Or have I ever had to, um, have I ever gotten mad at somebody? Sure, I've gotten mad at people, but I do my best to not let it necessarily, I've never. Yeah, there's nothing like that. Right. Right. Sure. Right. I do. Right. I I well, I appreciate that. I I don't think that it's the I don't think that I'm done yet. I mean, internally, I think I'm going to do this. I really do. I think I'll do it for the rest of my life. And I think that I'll get like Meta Ray-Bans that automatically upload to the internet, and people will just want to watch what I'm doing 24/7 in first person. I think that I used to do that. I have a lot of footage, like where I just recorded myself with my hat, and I actually like made this necklace that was a camera and like a recording box. They make these things um that's just like a box that looks like a little black box, and it has one button on it, and when you turn it on, it records all the sound going on around you, and a large it has a large um storage, so it can store like I don't know 32. Well, like I think it had a little card too, but basically what I could do is just turn on this little box and have all of my audio recorded for an entire month, and then I just had to upload it to my computer. It didn't have anything else. This box was very indiscreet, but it would just record all the sound that was going on. And then I had a, a GoPro that I would wear, and I would watch the footage, and I would like, you know what? I would actually like to watch this, a human, if I could always just log in and see what they're doing, whatever they are. If it was just like glasses on their face, and now we've got the Meta Ray Bans that kind of do the same thing. They just need to bridge the gap. I don't know. I don't think those Meta Ray Bans automatically upload. That's what they need to do. It just needs to be a constant uploading thing so that you can live out someone's life. That to me would be really exciting. And I got that kind of foresight, and that's what I'd like to do. Um, and I just need to keep being nice to these guys in this Wall Street Bets Discord, and eventually, I mean, they've got some big connections, and they'll get behind it because they're about making money. A lot of these guys don't have any money. A lot of them have a lot of money, and they want to make money. And I just have to convince them of the importance of data, and some of them already recognize it. One of them was asking the other day, they're like, "How am I ever going to get out of the riffraff of the the stock market? Like how what's more important than money?" And I said data. And all these people were like, "Yeah, he's absolutely right. Data is more important than money. Money doesn't really have a value. Data at least has some it is something. Money is just it has no intrinsic value. It's not backed by anything. But data, even if it's not necessarily backed in anything by anything, it has value because people can use it to learn. And that's an important thing. So I'm slowly convincing them of this. It's not going to happen overnight, but the fact that they haven't kicked me out and I've been in there now like 2 weeks, that's an excellent sign. When they used to kick me out all the time. Exactly. I, I'm like digit. I get them though. That guy with the pink swastika, he's nice to me now. And like when before they'd be really, really mean to me. And that's fine if they want to say I'm one of the good ones. So long as I can be a good influence to them and a light to them, I feel I'm performing my role in this world. What I don't like is people who think there's the saying holier than thou, and they think that they're better than everybody because they do something or whatever. They have more money than someone, or want have a certain education or whatever. I kind of just see that all as how you were born into that generally, or you were fortunate enough to be able to make a lot of money in one way or another. But that doesn't make you better than anybody. And I think that shows, especially when you look at people who are very um, determined and are people who pick themselves up by their bootstraps and are willing to make sacrifices. Those kind of people, if given the same opportunity that, say, like an Elon Musk would be, they might be trillionaires by now. They wouldn't just be worth $400 million; they'd be worth trillions. Um, I, one thing that I see happens is somebody like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk will be seen in this light that they kind of came from nothing, or they want to make it like they came from nothing. When, like, Bill Gates' mom was on the board of the University of Washington, his grandfather was on the board of Planned Parenthood, and he comes from a banking background. Um, Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA that started the internet. So, of course, you're going to expect his grandson to be a very successful person. To some extent. Um, well, I mean, if people don't know, well, it's, I mean, some people call it nepotism. I just call it taking care of your own, and I respect that. I'm going to do the same thing with my children and my children's children. I'm going to do my best to set them up. And so so I understand. And then, but what bothers me is when they try to make it like they didn't come from this. If you want to know the story of Amazon, you watch any Amazon documentary. It all started in a garage. Bill Gates started in a garage. Apple Computer started in a garage. Um, Elon Musk, and he doesn't really start these companies. His dad, he says, was an electrical engineer, which is true, but his grandfather owned an emerald mine, and his dad has talked about it. And Elon Musk has done his best to downplay this information. It's like, Elon, you have pictures of you next to your dad's Rolls Royce. Nobody's going to think that you came from nothing. So he keeps these pictures, as um, quiet as possible. But, uh, I think that there is an opportunity here, especially when it comes to data, that it's just a matter of time. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Then I sacrificed my life for 3.5 years or whatever it would be at that time for the good of the world. I did my best to be a positive influence on everyone that I met. I learned a lot about human sociology and human behaviors. I learned a lot about the internet, and I could utilize that to go back to project management or app development or anything else that I'm good at, and perhaps be able to continue my life. But at this point, I know that with give me another month in the Wall Street Bet server, and they will be wishing me, "Hey, how are you doing today?" And that's what I want. Once we're at that point, that's when we're cooking, because then I'll be able to have a little huddle with them and be like, "Guys, I need your help. Just you guys are very connected on Reddit. Please, like, do like, is there anyone here who can help me put together some kind of post, and we all just get 25 people to upload it. If we get 25 people to upload it, then I can go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu group and get them to get 25 people to upload it, and I can get the same for music video, and that's all that needs to be done. If I were to, I say this, every day I think, how much longer do I have to do this until I'm very well known? And mark my words, you're 39 today. By both your 40th and my 40th birthday, I think that we'll be writing our own checks. I could be completely wrong, but I just see the way I've grown. Like the first 2 years that I was on here, I didn't have much growth at all because I kept losing accounts and it was hard for me to have any consistency. But creating the Discord has allowed me to have more consistency and people be able to connect with me and all of the other things. And then just being, I mean, just a consistent person in all these other discords. Like every single day, somebody comes to me and says, "I see you in 18 different discords a day, or 4 different discords a day, or you're in all these discords. How are you able to do it?" And it's that's definitely a positive. And I have a feeling that the internet isn't that big. That I mean, I know it's very big. I get it, but at least in social media, if it's a social media, I'm on it, and I have a ton of accounts on it. So once like somebody sees me on, let's say Reddit or whatever, they're gonna be like, "Oh, this motherfucker spammed me on Twitter for 2 years. this guy spammed me on Kick every day for 9 months." And like there'll be all these people who know about me, but they just didn't know they were all in the same web or the same network that I've created. And then it'll be really big. There won't be an issue of like, do you know who this person is? The fact I will I have things lined up kind of where I want them. From a troll perspective, the people who are going to troll me, I already kind of am in good graces with the trolls already. So it'll almost be like they're going to defend me because they're going to be like, "No, he's a normal person. He's been live streaming." Perfect. Yes, I see that. No, I don't. And I've got a couple other servers that I'm like that in. There's one called Tequila, and people will come in and be really mean to me. Well, they used to, I should say. I haven't been in a long time. And they will come in and people will back me up and they'll be like, "Hey, don't bother him." Like, he's just doing his thing. Don't bother him. So long as he doesn't break any Discord rules, don't bother him. Um, and I'm in this other one. You've been in it, Maya's Playhouse. Those people are like I've just become like a staple in there. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. They can watch me at any time, and it's just a matter of time. This thing is going to blow up. When it blows up, it's going to be like anything the world has ever seen before, and I think that's when it becomes very exciting. That's the first thing that I want to do. Is, I mean, of course, world peace is very important to me. And I'd love to say the first thing that I'm going to be able to do is stop all the wars, but I just don't think that that's realistic. But what I do think is realistic is me showing the struggles that I've had with technology and calling out the CEOs and the quality assurance teams and the um the the what would you call it? Like the people who ban you, and I'll be able to say like, here's a perfect example. We have two devices, exact same thing that they're showing. Why is it that this one got banned but this one didn't? Why? And if you can't give me a good reason, then you need to go back to the drawing board and overhaul everything and make sure that it becomes consistent because it's not fair. And another thing that I would say, I would call on, well, there are some things that I would really call on at least the United States government to do. Not anything that I feel is very controversial. I don't think that it's right for people to be able to hit children, and I'm very serious about this. And I think I could get every person in Congress to pass a piece of legislation to protect children against getting hit, especially by other people. Paris Hilton just passed one recently. I don't know if you saw this, but basically she passed a piece of legislation or helped to pass it to protect children about like if you're in a like some kind of like development home that they shouldn't be able to hit you. And I want to expand that to um these children boot camps where they're away from their parents and they can get they can get really beaten. Here's why. How hard is too hard when you're hitting a child? It's a good question. Exactly. 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 We're all different. We're all different sizes. Children are different sizes. Can I use a weapon? And if so, which ones? Which ones are allowed? Can I use a belt? Can I use a wooden spoon? Can I use a shoe? Can I like I can't go up to an adult and hit them with a belt, but I can my own child. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's never made sense to me, and I want to stop child abuse. I fortunately have not been someone who had to undergo some of the fear that other children have had to go through, but I want to stop it nationwide. Sweden was the first country to stop this in the 1970s. And it's like if they've been doing this for 50 years, why can't we consider it? So that those are pieces like that's a piece of legislation I would want to see passed, and I would be a major advocate for it. I know I can't change everything in the world, but I could focus on some things. But really, it would be on technology and improvement of technology. One of the biggest things would be defaults. I would just say, why is it that when I start my computer up, that it just doesn't go to defaults very well? Meaning, um, like, or my even my phone, like, um, my browser that generally knows what I want to do, uh, but I have to set that all as a home page. A lot of these things are manual things that you have to do. And I just feel like there can be a hey, we're AI. We know exactly what you do on a daily basis. You log into your computer, you check your email, and then you browse the internet or whatever. Do you want us to do this for you? And you can say no, but I feel like just having defaults for people would save people a lot of time. And another thing that I think could be done is updates to devices should be done in the background. I shouldn't be on my computer and all of a sudden it says, hey, we need to install an update, and then it just restarts on me. And that just happens far too often in society. And just little things like this, I could just almost like how Musk tweets about things and then like they get done because he brings attention to them. Oh, the rabbi tweeted about this or whatever, and it got attention. Another thing that I don't think is fair, like so for instance, um, if you want to hire someone in the United States, there are all kinds of legalities that you have to essentially adhere to, especially when it comes to discrimination. Like, you can't discriminate on people over age 40. You can't discriminate against people based on their gender. Oh, well, most now it is gender, but or like their sexual preferences or their race. Okay, but if you are a social media platform, you can. And the fact that these social media platforms are paying people to me it makes them fairly similar to an employer, and so I feel that they should have to adhere to the same types of policies. Meaning, if we're looking at all of the people who you're banning, and they seem to be like in a protected class, you can get in trouble for that. The reason why I say this, I noticed this on some platforms, and I could be wrong, but um, there were like TikTok. I feel did not have when I was starting up with all of these different platforms, I just noticed there weren't that many African Americans on TikTok using TikTok or getting featured on my feed on TikTok. And I wanted that. I mean, I really I have a lot of black friends and I like black people a lot. And I thought this was strange. And then I would go to BIGO, which is another one that's similar, and it was like filled with African American people, and I would ask them like, "Why aren't you on TikTok? You have really great content." Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. And it's like, well, it's a Chinese company that is basically like enforcing their own rules, But you couldn't do that in the United States. You couldn't just say like, well, whatever this person said or what. Like for instance, I think a lot of the African American community has gotten banned for the N word because it's used within that community colloquially. But if you use it on TikTok, you get banned. So that to me is unfair. And without going into the nuances of the hard R versus the A or anything like that, it's just not right to me that they could just choose a word and a word that is used a lot within one certain culture, and whenever that word is used, they can get rid of you. That to me is discrimination. There are other things that I don't like. I mean, really the big one I think that I will be in, with which I can be an advocate is the nipple, freeing the nipple. The fact that with all things being equal, if you have a man with his shirt off at the beach, that's great content for TikTok and Instagram. If you have a woman do it, she loses the ability to provide for herself and her family. That is de facto discrimination, and I don't like it. It's not that I want to see nipples. If I want to see nipples, I can see all the nipples that I want. I can look at my own nipples. I can look at the hottest chicks in the world's nipples. That's not the thing. It's the fact that it's like a computer making a determination as to someone's gender and discriminating against them because of it. And I don't like that. So those are some easy ones I think that I might be able to change. The hard ones are, defense contractors and the Federal Reserve and that kind of stuff. Those are ones I don't think I'll be able to change, but I think I'd be able to make at least some good changes in the world. And at the end of the day, when my head hits the pillow, I know that every day I've done my best to improve the world in my own way. And when you can do that, that's a very gratifying aspect of your life. Who's that? Shout out to Mark. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water. I know you keep saying this period. Is this true? Question mark. You go, big dog. No, comma. I have thousands of subscribers, but they aren't accounts that got banned, period. I have a Twitch account that has over 50,000 followers. Those are just newer accounts. I rotate accounts every 6 months or so that if I ever do lose an account, comma, I do not lose my entire archive. I don't really do it for the monetization period. I do it to archive the footage period. I know once I go viral, I will be able to do endorsements and other things for a lot of money. Period. When that happens, I'm going to make all of you a lot of money, because you helped me a lot. I do stream trading, period. I stream Bloomberg 24/7. Yes, I do, period. I have more than 2 years of content of me going as far north as Santa Barbara, comma, as far south as San Diego, comma, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, comma, and as far east as the desert and mountains, period. I have streamed in Beverly Hills, comma, Santa Monica, comma, Disneyland, comma, you name it, period. I just don't have enough money to continue to do IRL as much as I once did, period. Your words mean more to me than I can communicate, period. I truthfully mean that, period. Thank you so much, period. I do my best to discuss world peace every day, period. World peace is very important to me, period. I don't think that we need war anymore, period. Additionally, comma, we talk about some really interesting things for society, comma, things like anti-gravity, comma, antimatter, comma, de-extinction, comma, faster than light travel, comma, alien disclosure, comma, life extension technology, comma, mind uploading technology, comma, solar sails, comma, space elevators, comma, and other futuristic ideas. I have that on camera, period. I can send it to you, period. It is live on Instagram, period. You can hear all the sound effects as well, period. It is speech to text, period. It is just faster for me to be able to speak into my phone. I will make sure to make all your dreams come true. Period. I will pay for children to go to college, comma, all your friends, debt to be erased, comma, and you will be able to start charities to help people who you want to live a better life, period. Fantastic.